Okay, moving forward to item 4 on our agenda is public comment. A member of the public may address the board briefly for up to 3 minutes or request to be scheduled on the agenda of a future meeting. Please note that students will be given priority to speak on any topic. The first public participation portion of the meeting will be limited to 1/2 hour, 30 minutes, normally and limited to agenda items. A second public participation portion will be offered at the end of the agenda to allow for any other comment. Individuals addressing the board should take into consideration the rules of common courtesy. The public participation portion of the meeting cannot be used to make personal attacks against a board member, district employee, or student. We have one student, and Muna Elawar. May I ask if I pronounced that correctly? I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Can you approach and go first?
Okay.
And could you pronounce your name for us?
Munya.
Munya. Apologies. Thank you so
No
much.
worries.
Secretary Miller has the cards, and so if you're unfamiliar with our procedure, at 30 seconds out, you'll see the yellow, so you can start to complete your thoughts, and at the red, you'll see when your 3 minutes is up. All right,
Awesome.
whenever you're ready.
Hello, I'm Munya, and I'm honored to stand before you today as a representative of the Saline High School Social Justice Club and GSA, known as Uproar. In my role as Uproar president, I am here to make a heartfelt statement in resolute support of all LGBTQ+ students, educators, and staff within our district. Over the past years, Saline has made significant strides in enhancing diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, positioning our school district as a leader in some of these crucial initiatives. Through a variety of innovative DEI policies and initiatives, Saline has amplified student voices and needs within its policies. As a club, Uproar has witnessed and celebrated the successes of the actions undertaken by both the school board and the DEIAC, or Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee. We are particularly enthusiastic about the ongoing development of the 3-year DEI action plan, which is observing the Educational Justice Assignment and Transformation Tool written by Justice Leader Collaborative. We want to express our gratitude to the members of the board, along with many dedicated administrators and support staff who have demonstrated persistent care and commitment to Uproar and to the DEI programs as a whole. Your efforts do not go unnoticed and are deeply appreciated. Additionally, the advancements of our curriculum to incorporate diverse perspectives and roles have been transformative. These changes resonate strongly not only with our club members, but with all the queer students in Saline and community members who see themselves reflected in the curriculum. The strides made in promoting inclusivity extended beyond LGBTQ+ issues, encompass all aspects of diversity, and work to ensure that every student feels valued and represented in our educational system. As we move forward, we remain hopeful that our collaborative efforts will continue to create an environment where all individuals, regardless of their background, identity, or beliefs, can thrive. Though right now, not every day is a breeze and there are still issues within our school district, we recognize the board tries really hard to support us. And together we can build a community that celebrates diversity and fosters culture of respect and understanding. And that's it.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Marissa Johnson, parent. Marissa, yeah. Hi there. And the same cards
Yep.
go for you. And the green light's on?
Yep.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Yes. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity to speak to you guys. As you can see, we're all parents of members of the football team that have obviously been plagued with issues over the last couple of months. We opted not to have the boys participate and attend the meeting tonight because they're preparing for a big game this Friday with playoff implications, mostly due to the 3 games they were forced to forfeit. We again want to express our appreciation to the board for mandating that Superintendent Latch appeal the report that both he and Athletic Director Mantha filed with the MHSAA. The outcome of the appeal was disappointing, but not totally unexpected. We wanted to appear tonight to request that a full and complete third-party investigation be conducted into the handling of this matter from start to finish. The request is supported by the facts that are outlined in the complaint that almost 50 families signed and sent to the Board of Education tonight. The email should be in each of your inbox as we speak. We won't address the facts that are contained in that complaint tonight, but we believe that they contain grounds, sufficient grounds to grant our request. And as we've previously stated at the board meetings in which we've attended, we still continue to see this matter through, even though the appeal was unsuccessful. We want the appropriate parties to be held accountable for errors that were made. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Marissa and parents. All right, moving forward. Response to previous public comment. There is no response. I know that each of us probably will have some responses or updates in our individual comments. Moving on to revisions or approval of agenda. Items may be added or deleted from the meeting agenda, and or the order of items may be changed at the request of an individual board member or the superintendent. The agendas must be approved before proceeding further. I'd like to please call for a motion to approve the agenda as revised, deleting number 7 due to Miss Lizzie White not being able to attend today.
Motion made, Miller.
Thank you, Jenny.
Support Gold.
Thank you, Lauren. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 6-0. Moving forward to action items for this evening. Item A, I'd like to please entertain a motion to approve the minutes from both the October 3rd and October 8th, 2024 closed sessions under 8A and 8H of the Open Meetings Act for both the purpose of discussion of personnel matters and student discipline. Yep. We need somebody to motion and somebody to swear.
Motion, Kirby.
Thank you, Brad.
Support Gold. Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you, Lauren. And I see Secretary Miller is passing out the minutes for those of you who are not familiar with this process due to the Open Meetings Act. When we're in closed session, Secretary Miller takes notes, thank you, and types them up, disperses them here at the board table. We read them silently, and then we move to approve or amend, and then they are filed for 1 year because it is a closed session. Sealed, yes. So we'll take just a minute to read. With motion made, Gerby, support Gold. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 6-0. I'd next like to recommend a motion to approve the purchase of 3 model year 2025 Phase 2 ICSK Salty Electric 77 passenger extended battery school buses at a cost of $1,239,258.00 from Midwest Transit as recommended by Rex Clary, Executive Director of Operations. This purchase is through the MSBO Cooperative Bus Purchase Program.
I'll make it, Kirby.
Brad, thank you.
Support ESTEP.
Susan, thank you. That's quite a mouthful. How are you, Rex?
And it's a lot of money.
Yes, yes. Any comments or discussion?
Yeah, I'll just tell a little bit about the journey of how we ended up here tonight. Myself, along with Tracy Mulcair was mainly the encouragement force behind the first round of EPA grants. We teamed up with Highland Electric with their fleet system, and it was a we could opt in and be a part of their team, and we were as a cooperative or a collective, and we were successful in obtaining roughly $600,000. And then in July, with Assistant Superintendent Owsley's encouragement, because it takes a lot of encouragement to fill out grant paperwork in July, she was able to submit, and with Tracy along with myself, receive over $1 million to make up the difference. So that 1.6 million roughly, we won't get any of the extra money, but we'll have the purchase of these buses covered with the grant funds. And then right now we're currently working with Borg Warner and DTE on a pilot program. It's going to be a 3-year vehicle to grid at our new operations center. The chargers have already arrived. DTE will be paying for all the wiring to connect those chargers, and of course Borg Warner has already delivered them free of charge at this point. It'll be a 3-year program. We'll be working with experts in the field of EV vehicles and vehicle to grid possibly. The buses that were spec'd in here with the extended battery have a 200-mile range. Our average is about 74 miles across our fleet. Our longest run is about 94 miles. And these chargers will have a 3-hour quick charge in them, so they will, if they sit during the day for those 3 hours, from morning to afternoon, they will be able to be recharged. And anytime they're on the grid, anytime they're on the plug, they do have the ability, the battery will stay at that same temperature. So cold weather will be a factor when they're off and how we're heating the bus, but they're still, even if we're at 20%, if we lose 20% of that coverage, we're still only down to 160 miles. So we feel good about these buses from IC. And that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Any questions for, yeah, Jenny?
Just curious, I know that often we have like field trips and athletics and things like that we use our buses for. I know when it's a really long distance, then they sometimes charter, but just curious about like other districts and if we've thought about like sharing chargers when you're in another district, like how that might work.
So Tracy Mulcair is on the Michigan Association of Pupil Transportation, and she started to ask those questions, are there all universal chargers? She is. And, how does that look going to another district to plug in? And like we visited Ubley Schools, which is way up in the thumb. They went all in. They have 6 electric buses and 1 gas, and maybe 1 diesel. They may have 8 buses, but they has that same question. But and anything like towards Frankenmuth or something like that, they always take the gas bus or the diesel bus. But I think that question is being asked now, because Ann Arbor is a part of that same pilot program, and more school districts are going all in on electric. So.
What are our costs for fuel? Do you have a number as to what this might save us a year in fuel costs?
I don't have that, but I can have that available. It's significant because we buy 10,000 gallons at a time for our tanks. So. It will be significant savings for the district, though, with the 3 buses.
I just want to note the diligence that the team went through to go visit Ubley and to talk about things and to visit with the school that was implementing it, and you talked to them about some of these things. So I appreciated your inclusion of that information, and you're doing that because it makes me feel better about things like the cold weather capabilities and snow and some of those other things. So thank you.
And I thank the superintendent for Ubley he almost spent almost an hour and a half with us that day. So I really want to thank them for providing their input and expertise with their experience with these electric buses.
Okay, seeing no other discussion items, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 6-0, and don't go too far because it looks like you're the next item on our agenda. Yep. For a bond update. Security.
So yes, here we go. So yeah, I'm going to give a bond update for what have we accomplished in the last 2.5 years, and then what we look forward to in the next 3 years in the next phase 2. On November 8th of 2022, voters approved a $188 million renewal. It was 3 phases, $60 million over the next 8 to 10 years. Thank you, voters. As we get ready to vote again this fall, we know there's a special education millage. Don't forget to vote yes on, I can't say that. Sorry. Phase 1 projects. So these were just the projects that we completed or are in the process of completing under Phase 1. We've got the the harvest roof, Hornet Operations Center, the weight room at the high school, the new STEAM center at the high school, our solar integrated roof, playgrounds at Pleasant Ridge, Woodland Meadows, Harvest and Heritage, and then our high school solar integrated roof as well, and technology. Harvest roof, we completed that this summer. It took 2 summers, but we did get it complete. One interesting fact about this, with not having asphalt shingles now, we may be able to do some energy improvements. As many know, the fire suppression system is located in this attic, which has broken a couple times in the early on and when this building was built. So we may be able to seal some of that off and control that temperature in that space a lot more easily and with more efficiency. Our solar integrated roof, this is at the middle school. We're doing a very poor job of advertising this because you cannot see it from the ground. You don't know it's there, and that's causing me problems too as well, as you'll find out later. But this is ready to start producing energy this week. I do not have a diagram to show us what the output is yet, but I will have that probably by your board update at the end of the month. I hope to. We're currently working with Amoresco, and we're asking for a tax consultant as we submit for the Inflation Reduction Act, our rebate, to get the max value of that rebate for the roof and the solar panels. Hornet Operations Center. You know, it's been a journey. We started this with the president, Gary Chappelle, in December of 2022, and started talking with him after the bond was successful and passed. And we're looking at a move-in date of roughly middle November. We're still going to have we should have our certificate of occupancy right around Halloween, plus or minus. But I just want to thank A.R. Brower. They've got a really good superintendent, Larry Hine, who's done an excellent job holding contractors accountable. Mark Paulus from Lacoli Planners has held A.R. Brower accountable. And of course, my team, Tracy, Anita, Cody, and Chuck have done a great job of making sure they attend design meetings, meeting with contractors, following up on different aspects of the building, from exhaust to lifts to where the grounds lift is going to be. I mean, they've just done a great job on that. And the bond process itself, I want to thank Karis Davis, Dr. Lotch, Miranda Owsley, and Jackie, and Carol, and Julie as a part of that team. They're present at these design meetings. They allow input. They know who to put in the room, whose voices need to be heard. And Kara Davis does a great job at that, of making sure the right voices are in the room during this entire process. So thank you to that team, the core team. Back to the Operations Center. So we should tentatively, we have an open house. We'll schedule the week of 11/18 for the public. Day and time to be determined yet. And hopefully we'll be moving in that weekend. We'll take advantage of those 2 half days and that Saturday. And then whatever time we have left during that week of Thanksgiving to kind of finalize and move the transportation, grounds, and HVAC. And it kind of somewhat depends on the weather too. So our playgrounds, we completed 4 upgrades this summer. You can see the soft surfacing, the synthetic field turf, easy accessibility for all students. We have the new Odie swing, the we-go-round, the we-saw, upgrades across the district as far as playgrounds and accessibilities, pathways, backboards, asphalt, fencing, drainage. I think they did an excellent job. We're still finishing up a few things, but for the most part, we're about 99% done. Still working a little bit at harvest to grow some grass, clean up the fossil dig. If you guys haven't seen that, hopefully it'll be ready by the end of this week. It's going to be a great piece as well. This is the current status of the weight room, another 7,500 square feet. That will be completed in August of 2025. Our STEAM Center, which will have robotics, science Olympiad, and a performance space, will completed in 2025. And then, of course, the high school air conditioning will also be done at that time. for the gymnasiums, locker rooms, legs room, and
What month was that in 2025?
August. The high school will pretty much be under construction next summer. We'll do the roof project as well with the new solar integrated roof and coatings at at the high school. And then technology and safety and security improvements. Jay couldn't be here tonight, but we standardization of classrooms, projections and audio, camera and visitor management access replacement systems, copy machines. So roughly it's about $4 million right there of work and improvements that he did throughout the course of the 2.5 years. Phase 1 budget.
We want to take a moment and kind of pause on, we've improved a lot of things and they kind of go over a long period of time. But we talk about this bond as $180 million that are passed, but it is broken out into phases. So when it gets into the actual dollars that we draw those and sell those bonds, we gained on a cash basis, you see on the top of there, just under $60 million. And then we have on the next column, we do gain interest on those funds that are in the bank. However, the IRS says with our tax exempt bonds, there's only so much interest you can really earn. We have to actually give that back. And so it's a detailed, long, complicated thing, but I run a liability that we have to give some of those earnings back if we earn too much. So I kind of subtracted that out of there where we are at in today, this kind of snapshot in time. With the next line, the spent, I also put in the parentheses kind of paid less the rebates, all of those things and opportunities that we get throughout our whole time. If we can use grant dollars to buy some of the things we were already intending to buy in bond, it just extends the life of the bond a little bit further. So sometimes those are directly tied, but kind of pull those the bond to refund the bond purchase that we had made. A lot of times we're moving forward with the project regardless because time frames, I mean, the buses that you guys just proved now are going to not be here for at least 12 months to 18 months. So we kind of have to make plans, and then hopefully we, put as many pots out there that we can grab. But we kind of move forward with the projects on the timelines we have. So in that we see that there's about $28 million left to spend. This is ongoing at any point in time. You'll see in tonight there's things we're approving to spend, and there's things that you guys are approving to spend in the future. So the encumbered number, as you can see, we're about $30 million encumbered. And so at first you would see that and you're like, wait a minute, we don't have enough money to cover those. So this is a cash flow basis that I'm looking at. And so you'll see we're kind of getting ready at this point to sell Series 2. So in general, it was slated in there in 2025. But if you recall, almost 2 years ago, we kind of came to you, you get approval. It's a 3-month process. We get a bond rating. There's a lot of things that go into selling those bonds. And so we're kind of at that point in time now where I'm watching this cash flow, and we're going to need to start doing that. So you'll see I'll kind of come around about February timing to starting up that process again. I do project it out in the summertime. Summertime gets really busy and kind of hard for things, so I am almost shooting for a May time, but may adjust that depending on, the people that advise me in the bond market. With that said, too, when we encumber the funds, there's a lot of times we're bringing to you and we're asking for approval to start planning, but a lot of those funds don't actually see a cash flow where we're paying for them for at least a year plus. So it's not worrisome that we're in a place where we're planning out projects for that. It's just kind of that time flow of when things are crossing over. So we're in a comfortable space, but we can see we're starting to need to get to that point. Next slide, please. This was just kind of to talk about, these are in design. So these are not things you guys have seen yet and will be coming to you in the near future. But these are the things that, like I said, it's a year and a half out that we start planning, designing, bringing to you to then spend cash in like a year and a half. So we listed out those big ones that we're kind of having those design meetings and talk right now. The Liberty Recreation space between here and the middle school, as well as kind of doing some traffic flow in the middle school exterior, and kind of leads right into the middle school interior. So we kind of have, those are our two big projects that have already kind of somewhat been in the works, as you, like he said, we moving out to a lot of focus groups and then coming back to the group as well, and pricing out different things and going through a lot of flexible we get things priced, then we have to hold people to budgets, and then we have to redesign things and make choices for what we can afford within the budget. So those are ongoing as we speak about, and then as well as high school furniture. Part of that, you guys did prove a very small amount in Series 1. We wanted to take advantage of buying some things, doing pilots before we actually make the full purchase. So that's another example of where things span multiple series, because we're kind of trying to do it in the best way that we know how. And then technology, the same thing. A lot of those projects you saw on the first slide, some of them cross over multiple summers. They can't get into classrooms until the summers, and so sometimes those spill out the same thing and kind of cross over into series. If you see, it's obviously not $60 million worth of things, but those are the big ticket kind of things we wanted to kind of draw your attention to. I think, go to the next slide.
Yep, so this is just the list of the projects that we've got going right now. The high school furniture, the Liberty Recreation and Middle School Athletic Facility, our senior center improvements, our Innovation Alley, Middle School Innovation Alley, and Middle School Robotics, Science Olympiad, Middle School Special Education, and the SWWC Cosmetology Center, Southwest Washtenaw Consortium. So in this kind of Liberty Recreation, we're at CD, which means we're at construction documents. This project will be on the streets for bidding in November. We've gotten feedback, we've collected data, we're moving, we've got a design that's in our budget, and we're ready to move forward with construction documents with Clark Construction. Our middle school STEAM Center, Cosmetology, and Senior Center is in schematic design. So we're still gathering input, we're still meeting with groups, robotics, special ed, Science Olympiad, explorations in STEAM, which you're going to hear a little bit about, as well as cosmetology and the senior center. So some of our furniture, right now we have 8 pilot classrooms at the high school. There was 4 put into place last year with your approval. We had 4 already in process. And these are just some of the pieces that we've looked at from Steelcase, from VS, from Smith Systems. I've been working with Kira Stemmer and of course Kelly Woodman on that. Both are out of the district tonight. One's cheering on her son at soccer and one's at a conference in Colorado. So the time frame for that is we'll be collecting data and we'll be providing a survey to the high school teachers. They'll be using those spaces and signing them out for the next few months. In December, we'll start to collect that data and then we'll work with Kara and Kelly to develop furniture packages. And we hope to have it to the board for your approval sometime in February. Recommend what teachers should be purging, teacher footprint, as we went through this with the middle school and the K-5 when we did this before COVID. And then hopefully we'll be replacing that furniture this summer at the high school. Our middle school athletic and Liberty Recreation Complex. So this is that 20.4 million, I believe is what it was. This is kind of the first, this is our design. You can see on the front, we'll have a new front connector with a new stoplight on Maple Road. That'll be installed this summer on the east side of the building. So there'll be actually a loop that will come down on the front connector there with a stoplight at the exit before the district library. You can see the connection at the back of the building. It'll connect Tebow to Woodland Drive. We will have a raised tabletop very similar to the high school to slow down traffic. You can see the new parking. A lot of this is made possible because the operations center now is out of the way. We will not have 40 buses parking in that blue lot to the north at the top of the page. That'll be opened up for senior center parking and the new senior center entrance at the back of the building. The pathway between Liberty and the middle school will be walkable. It will not be meant for cars. Ambulances will be able to get down it. It'll be open. We'll have bollards in place, but it will be open to the public. Facilities may be not open to the public. We still yet to be determined, but the actual walkway and throughout that complex will be open. We've included pickleball, tennis, 2 synthetic turf fields, very similar to the high school, very laid out, very similar to the high school, with the track around one, and of course, just the regular layout for the other one. The 4 baseball fields will be natural grass. This shows a little bit in color in relation to what it looks like today and how we'll be able to access those places. If we go back here, you can see there's a little bit of a retention ponds. So water retention and handling stormwater management was a major obstacle for us in our design. We really wanted to enhance parking closer to the venues, and it's something we can look at if there's money left over at the end of this bond or the possible next bond, but we could not do it in this project and stay in budget. And we didn't want to give up any of the athletic facilities or the improvements in other areas. We felt parking was the one area that we could live with and be negotiable, but we didn't want to give up an athletic facility during this process. The phases, so phase 1 will start in May. It's the center green area. We are working to work on memorials. So memorials are one thing that we're working on with the Alumni Archives group to honor everything that we've done here, from Crabtree Field to Lamberson to the old varsity baseball field. It's something we're working on and we'll have in place before we start construction on phase 1, which will happen in May. And that'll be finished up in November of 2025. In June of 2025, we'll start with the parking lots. So we can get the parking lots and drives done. There'll be a new water supply line installed before we open school in the August of 2025. And then we'll finish the job. We'll start, Crabtree Field will be demoed in the spring of 2026 and be finished in November of 2026. So this will be almost a full 2-year project. And we're kind of bidding it that way so we can get one contractor. It'll roll right from one phase to the next, get good pricing, stability as far as keeping the contractor busy and all throughout the fall and winter, not just cramming it all in during that summer when you almost pay a premium sometimes for school work. Middle school interior renovations. So this is a terrible picture, I apologize. But you can kind of see that under the word Saline Middle, you can see that's the old operations. That's where our bus garage, our bus wash, and the senior center, and where the ground shop is. We'll be repurposing that for the senior center. Cosmetology. Cosmetology is a $6,000 lease we pay through the Southwest Washtenaw Consortium. We're going to put that on campus now. Our operations center will now become robotics, and this is that term of Innovation Alley. For those of you that graduated from this high school, like myself, that was the CTE wing. That was our auto shop, that was electronics, that was welding, and it's kind of, the vision's gonna kind of come back to that, but it's gonna be here on Valley Beauty Academy as well. So it's gonna be something that takes you back to when it was originally our high school. And you can also see by the gymnasium, that will be the location of the new special ed room. There'll be 2 rooms put together. On the same, and middle school principal Kim Jasper will talk a little bit about that. This is the floor plan of kind of Innovation Alley. You can see the green is where Jeff Gillo's classroom used to be. That'll turn down into multimedia. The orange area or yellow will now become explorations in STEAM. And the blue space will be a shared space along with Science Olympiad. And the pink or red will be robotics at the top, and that would be the operations department old office, or current office. These are the 2 spaces that'll be the special ed. Instead of being separated, they'll be together now in a shared space. And this is the cosmetology and senior center. So the yellow is where the bus garage mechanics, the 3-bay mechanics are right now. And then the senior center is the bus wash along with our ground shop. And we'll be changing the bathroom to enhance security. We'll also add some security doors. So this will be a full security set at the entrance there from our explorations and STEAM to the senior center. And then the cosmetology and the senior center will have new entrances as well. These are some of the renderings from robotics. This is looking up into the operations. That's my old office, or Tracy Mailcare and Anita Feldkamp's office right now, looking up from the senior center office. And some of the shared spaces looking down back into that space. They'll have their own space for their projects, for the robotics. This would be Science Olympiad. This will be a shared space. The other teachers throughout the middle school can use this during the day, but Science Olympiad will use this mostly in the evenings and weekends. This is the current special education room. And they'll have lockables. They'll have storage that is lockable for their projects, for their materials, which is very important to keep that stuff out of others. If we are going to use this for Gen Ed, they'll be able to lock up their materials and keep it out for other people's way. Explorations and STEAM.
Right. So we're excited about all of the changes that are going to inspire Innovation Alley and bring in room and space for Science Olympiad and the robotics. And one of the areas that we are still working through the design of is our exploration and STEAM space. We are really looking to make sure that we have a space that is properly equipped for project-based learning. STEAM includes science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And that elective is underway this year, utilizing each of those areas, considering challenges put out by the teacher in which students have to engage in each area of STEAM, and individual choice projects as well, where students get to choose what they want, but they have to incorporate all of those elements and then prove that they've done it. So we've seen some exciting projects come through already. So we're looking at how we can create spaces and zones within that STEAM area to utilize some of the currently existing heavy-duty tools, as well as build in opportunities for those other elements of STEAM. Thank you. Combined, or connected, I guess I should say, to our STEAM center is the multimedia space. So we're looking at the STEAM space as that active, dirty space, kind of, and then the multimedia space is a cleaner space. But those are actually connected to provide opportunities for collaboration and to provide various zones depending on what students are working on. In the multimedia space, certainly we have a lot of iMacs available for students to engage in journalism, in rendering drawings and layouts for the yearbook. We also have a space that will be dedicated to videography and a sound booth so that students, when they are recording the SMS buzz and engaging in other sorts of videography, have a protected and appropriate space to do so. And our special education space. So currently, the room that has the kitchen and the laundry is what is going to become Innovation Alley and what is going to be dedicated to our elective courses. We also want to make sure that our students who need access to laundry, to the kitchen, to those essential functions of daily life, have the ability to access them equitably. And at the moment, we have a classroom over where we're going to be putting the special education space, and we have a classroom over in what is going to be the elective wing. So we want to bring those closer together so that both classrooms have equal access to the materials and to the equipment in those rooms. So they are currently partially equipped, and we're looking forward to really building that and providing our students with more access and an ability to engage in those daily activities. Right back to you.
Cosmetology. So this would be the entrance into the cosmetology. Currently, this is where the 3 bus bays are for their mechanics to pull the buses in. A little bit different look. Inside, they'll have all their material from the existing. They're adding about, I'm going to say about 1,000 more square feet than what they have now for classroom space, for training space. Their tables, their mannequins, and it'll be close to the senior centers. The senior center, the thought is that they will participate as customers, patrons for the students. And this is a year-round program. So this runs pretty much year-round. They take 2 weeks off where we actually clean the space in the winter and once in the summer. And the level of cleaning is immense for this space. And having it on campus will also allow us to do a better job of maintaining that space as well. The senior center, this would be where the ground shop is right now. They would have their own entrance off of Woodland Drive. They would have their own parking lot. Of course, the school buses are no longer here, so it'll allow easy access for our seniors in and out. of this space. With the taller ceilings, it'll feel less institutionalized, which is one of the complaints of the existing senior center. And so it's going to be a lot more comfortable with possibly a little fake fireplace, a little coffee bar, more of a lounge, and they'll have a workout fitness area as well. So they'll have a space for fitness and a space for equipment where she can do more programming. That means she being Nancy Cowan, our senior center director, and she's looking forward to this space immensely. No, it is not going to have an indoor pickleball court. We did put pickleball on the exterior. We just could not give up enough space to make it worthwhile to put pickleball inside. Questions?
Thank you for that comprehensive report. Appreciate all the detail. I love it. Any questions, comments? Students? Oh, Brad? Oh, Tommy did. Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to go back to the electric school buses. I want to say thank you for all the research that you did with that. It was very impressive. When I first heard electric school buses, I was kind of worried with all the back roads and all the cold weather that we get down here, but it seems like you guys have figured out a lot of the details around that, and it's very exciting to see how much money we can save through charging. I was going to ask, has some of that research been done for the solar panels on the roofs of the middle school and the high school? I thought I heard you mention that we don't have that data yet for the middle school, and we're planning to add that to the high school. Is there like a estimate or any research like that that's been done for like the cost to like the energy to cost ratio with those?
Cost of return on investment. There has been, I don't have that number, but we had to do the roofs, and when we do the roofs and then we added the solar, we made it a solar integrated roof. And so we took advantage of that Inflation Reduction Act that was passed. And so the cost of the roof and the solar, we get up to 36 cents back on every dollar spent. And this is the high school and middle school together is a $15 million project. So that could be up to almost 4.5 to 5 million of coming back. And so at the end of the day, it's going to be cost neutral for the solar, and we're going to get the benefit from that solar. I do have an ROI from Amoresco when this was presented. I do not have that readily available, but we do have an ROI on that. If and as long as we get that rebate. And so we're dotting our I, crossing our T's, working with a tax consultant because we don't file taxes. So we are looking to an expert to hire an expert to assist us with that process. Yes. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I knew there'd be some statistic like that. I wanted to hear it with my own ears, so thank you for that.
The return on investment without that rebate would be, it'd be extended significantly.
All right, thank you.
All right, I have a couple things. Number one, I have more of a comment coming from the treasurer and finance lens, and that is you talked about bond rating. And then when we go out and we get a bond rating, that allows us to borrow money. And so like our current cash position, right, meaning our fund balance being as healthy as it is and what have you, really empowers us when we go to do that. So that is a reason why having those cash reserves on hand helps us through this bond process, and then we can maximize the ratings and that kind of thing, and now we can stretch that $180 million even further. So from a finance standpoint, like, I appreciate that. I appreciate our diligence as a team to making sure that we maximize those dollars and all of that. So thank you for noting the importance of that bond rating. I do have a couple of questions with regards to, one, have we started to think about disruptions? You talked about time spans with the middle school complex, right? So we're going to have sports seasons that would be running concurrently to those things, right? Football seasons and tracks, and have we even started to like think about alternative plans for what we would do for those?
So the stadium, Crabtree will not be removed until the new stadium with the track is in place and ready for fall of 2026, spring of 26. Because then we'll tear down Crabtree in the spring of 26. So track will be run, at the new stadium in
Right.
spring of 2026.
Okay, it'll be on the old one till then.
Correct.
Got it.
Correct.
What about football?
Football will not be impacted except for practice. So we will have to find a new place to practice middle school football and junior tackle. Junior
Okay.
tackle through community education. So we will need to find a new space for those programs, and it may be the field across from Wilbur Bliss.
Okay. And then my last question is just something, I was at the soccer game this past weekend and looking over, and on the weight room, it's like got all this yellow on it. What is that?
I think that's insulation and sealer on the brick
Okay,
itself.
thank you. I just
'Cause
looked at it, I was like, whoa, what?
The burnish brick you see is going to be exposed on the interior and the exterior, and then there'll be more going on those walls. I think there'll be metal panels to kind of match the high school.
Right.
I think where that insulation is.
That's insulation. Okay.
Yes. And so,
Thank you.
yep.
So you had mentioned accessibility in the Liberty Field athletics. Did you say the Saline Middle School? Like accessibility to
Yep.
the area?
Correct. Yep.
So that would come from both of those places. And I have a question about the other schools. So Woodland and Heritage. I just want to make sure nothing impacts, because I know I see children walking, to their homes from school. And so I don't know if you factored in like the traffic piece, and maybe there's a more accessible way through.
So Woodland will be connected to that pathway. And so will Heritage, just in a different way, I guess. Woodland will have a connection. You can see the kind of, that's the background. It'll go, Woodland will come up from the concession building, the new concession restroom building. Actually, it's a restroom building because we're going to do food trucks. We're not going to have a concession building. It's the yellow building. It'll come due north and connect to that sidewalk, and there'll be a raised tabletop like the high school again to slow down traffic. That'll allow them to access that next walk up, and then they can walk through Woodland and get to Heritage that way. The secondary entrance to Woodland Meadows, because of the grade, we were having problems with it. It's something we can do in the future. It's just something we cut right now for budget. All the pathways are lit. We kept that, and we most likely we'll probably light both athletic fields as well for rental revenue, accessibility for that in regards to that too, as well.
Okay, cool, thank you.
What's that? Yeah, that black line just west of the tennis courts is a connection to Woodland Meadows. And the sidewalk will go all the way around, and fencing, and so that has been, like I said,
That's very exciting.
the Heritage piece we're working on, but we just couldn't make it happen.
I've heard from some community members about the commemorative fields and how important the naming of those pieces was. So I'm glad to see that there's a committee who's involved in that. If there are people in the community who have strong feelings or ideas about that, should they contact one of you, or how would they let you know?
They can contact any of core group or the
Okay.
alumni archives.
Okay.
And but any of the core group or Dr. Lotch, Superintendent Lotch, we can get back to them. I've gotten a fair amount of phone calls.
You have,
but
okay.
We know we need to honor
Yes.
what has happened in the past,
Mhm.
and it's something that I'm working weekly, and
Mhm.
I talk about it weekly with people and
Great.
people in the community, and how we're going to do that.
Yeah, that's been a big thing that I've heard a lot about. Just that how important that was to commemorate and memorialize those people. And then you mentioned drainage. So we're on the slide now. So the just if I'm seeing it right. So between the track and the light teal parking lot, is that where the retention pond is going to
That
be?
will be one, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I'm assuming, I'm just, you mentioned that the baseball fields are going to be grass, and I know that had been an issue at the high school with having to reschedule because of rain. And so with the retention pond there and with thoughts to drainage, is there a plan to kind of mitigate the issues that we've seen at the high school with those fields?
Yes, with the high school, we'll be turning those to turf in the future. That is phase 3. These are recreation fields. We do have drainage set up for these, but they will be recreation fields, so it won't be necessarily competition, although we will have a competition softball and a competition baseball as part of this, and then 2 recreational fields through SAYSB. So there's not, they will drain, but yet they will not be turf unless we make them turf, and if that'd be like a fundraiser probably for SAYSB in the future.
But even without turf, like we've had grass fields
Yes.
for a long, long time. So you've done things to kind of, scale and elevate and
We've designed this
position.
because of that water retention issue we're having. This is the 4th, I think, and we're finally in budget.
Okay.
And like I said, that detention pond in the middle between the football field and parking,
Mhm.
we can fill that in and just
Mhm.
put underwater storage, but just know that it's a very high dollar cost.
Yeah.
And maybe that is something we do in the future,
Mhm.
but not at this time. And it will be fenced in, it will be safe. There won't be any issues there, so.
And with the sacrifice to parking, do you have any idea, because of having the number of fields and facilities there, do you have an idea of, like, logistically, how much parking is on the campus for, like, weekends when there are tournaments or events?
We're gaining, we'll gain the bus lot. So we're gaining a significant amount of the bus lot. I want to say there's 144 in there, additional parking. And that will be your main entrance as well to the athletic facility down that walkway. And that'll feed into the baseball or the football field and the track, as well as the auxiliary field. Baseball will most likely park it here at Liberty and Heritage, so.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
You had mentioned the stoplight out on Maple, and we've heard a lot over the years about the congestion on Maple when school's getting out and all that stuff. So what are you doing with the bus? Is that staying the same, the bus drop off and pickup?
Yeah, the bus drop off and pickoff will be behind the building.
It's going to move behind the building.
It fit the same way we're doing it now.
Oh,
So
okay.
we have started last year. We've been doing it since last year.
Okay.
At the behind the building, we drop off in the mornings. We stage 10 buses in the lot outside the gymnasium. The middle schoolers come out, they load those 10 buses, nobody moves, and then there are 10 transfer buses come in from the high school.
Uh-huh.
We do the transfer and sort, and then we leave the middle school all together at one time. And so that drive was added, and we wanted to do a keyhole similar to the high school. We didn't include it in the bond application. We didn't really budget for that keyhole, what I call a keyhole,
Yeah.
in the back of this building. But I think that's something we could do in the future.
But with that light, that's going to help with all the parents, and that should help that
I think that'll help.
congestion.
Yes, because we'll be able to stack a lot more cars at the front of the middle school.
Mm-hmm.
Special ed pickup and drop off will happen outside the gym where we're doing pickups right now for busing, because they'll come down the
Goes all
hallway.
the way around.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
And they can go straight, or they can go towards Liberty, and then there's going to be a left turn lane and a right turn lane. It'll be one way out, and so hopefully that'll disperse the cars. Nobody will be passing in the center lane on the left and the right because there's somebody.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
It's a little bit more labor intensive, as Kim will tell you. We're out there every day, so when we move off campus, the middle school will be impacted a little bit by helping with that as to what that looks like. But there's good visibility. We call an all clear when we see no feet on the ground. We have visibility of every school bus and under school buses, so it is safe.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other comment, thank you very much for the comprehensive report, everyone.
I have one more thing. So I talked about those solar panels. This is my public school announcement, public PA. Yeah. So we're finding that we're already having broken solar panels and skylights on our gymnasium roof. So somebody is throwing, shooting, or hitting golf balls on the middle school roof. So if anybody has any information, please feel free. I'm working with Don Lupi, along with myself, to and we're improving our surveillance into that drive and the fields around the middle school. Just know that it's a real problem. We filed a police report in August, and we're trying to catch the person or persons that are doing this. So let me know.
Thank you for that
Yes, it's-
PSA. And a reminder to all, there are cameras everywhere on school grounds. So please, please report anything that's seen as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kim and Miranda.
Moving on to item 10, discussion item, Sex Ed Advisory Board proposed 4th through 8th grade curriculum. I can facilitate that since President McVeigh is not here yet. If we can have Cameron and Kristen come up, would you like to make a statement first?
Good evening, everybody. It's good to see you all again. So in the course of our curriculum research and subsequent presentations to the board and community at large, we're mindful of the sensitive and personal nature of sex education. The co-chairs, Kristen and I, along with the Director of Teaching and Learning, Kara Davis, have assessed the feedback given by SAS stakeholders from both the 2023 K-12 Insight Survey of students, teachers, and caregivers, as well as the more recent feedback from the community and teachers, including the extended feedback at the request of the board at the last public hearing. From that feedback, we have identified a few areas of updated proposed curriculum. So on October 1st, Dr. Lotch sent the board that memo that included an alternative or optional scope and sequence that was revised based on that feedback. And so the two changes to that, really the only two changes were a removal of masturbation as a topic covered in that 4th through 8th grade curriculum. So masturbation is no longer, again, this is one of two options to consider. So the initial scope and sequence that we presented to you all in the public hearings, and then this other option that does not include masturbation as a topic. It also removed two of the images from the slides in the 5th grade lessons of erections. So there's no images of erections in the 4th or 5th grade. Kristen and I are happy to answer any questions that the board may have regarding those that scope and sequence. Do you have anything else? No. All right. Where do I access and find them again? So that was sent by Dr. Lotch on the 1st. I can reshare the, yeah.
It's under alternative scope and sequence. Are you talking about the images? I didn't see the images.
Okay, so we'll look for the email so we can pull that up and acknowledge. Thank you for listing the two changes.
Mm-hmm.
I can, Susan, go ahead.
So this is a recommendation, correct, for an option for us to keep in or remove. Is that what you're?
Go ahead.
The best practice would be to include these items, but seeing that our community doesn't feel totally comfortable with having those things, that we wanted to provide option A and option B, one with and one without, and that would be under your discretion which way you wanted to go.
Okay, thank you. And this is, like you said, coming from the team, from the chairs and the curriculum director.
Correct.
Okay.
So a couple questions. In the feedback that I read from the teachers, I saw a lot of them were hoping to have a chance to collaborate and talk through this. Were you going to give them this opportunity? Did they have this opportunity?
So we had the initial presentation during the first public hearing at the end of the school year, beginning of the summer, and at that time, the community staff had the access to those materials to provide feedback, to also have conversations amongst themselves. I know that there were some grade levels that met informally to discuss those things. Because the curriculum hasn't been approved yet, the building administration, at least at Heritage, felt like we wanted to go through this process first, and then have those operational logistical conversations with grade level teams about the implementation of the curriculum once it was approved.
But we do have the raw data from the survey that was included. I'm looking at it right now from 4th and 5th grade teachers, and
Was there a survey
Yeah, and
sent to the middle school teachers as
Yes,
well?
yep, so that was after the second public hearing, we sent out that survey, again, extended that timeline for feedback and received some additional feedback from teachers in the 4th through 8th grades. And so that was shared in that document as a link.
Right, so
to
the middle
folks.
school was included in that?
Correct.
Okay.
I would point out that there were certainly concerns, as noted, about some of the curriculum and about masturbation and the photos of erections. That said, there were a good number of teachers who were really supportive and excited about the curriculum as well. I'm not saying that there were not concerns by other teachers, but there was definitely a mix of opinions, as you might expect in our community. And so I just want to highlight that so it doesn't come out that all the feedback was that of concerns. There were several teachers in favor of keeping the curriculum as is. Some really interesting feedback I thought about, and I know this gets into implementation, but I thought the feedback given about having science teachers teach this curriculum was kind of fascinating, and I thought it was really valuable feedback as to who is going to teach it. I know that's not part of our scope here, but it was interesting, and I was appreciative for the teachers to
Yeah,
say that.
I think they said that they wanted to move it away from the science teachers and toward PE teachers. Is that correct from that feedback?
I
From the
believe
middle
so, and I
school? Yeah.
think that was from those that are currently teaching the curriculum. And like Dr. Gold said, that's beyond our scope, more of a conversation to be had at the building level. But I think the concerns really stemmed around the amount of curriculum that they are expected to teach, in their science classes, in addition to adolescent health. And so, that is something to be mindful of if and when we get to that implementation point.
Lauren, did you have a follow-up, or can I add on one? So in thinking about that possible switch from science to physical education, one follow-up question I had is, how do you operationalize, and how are you now looking at either mixing genders or keeping separate? Specifically, this question is for Heritage. And would a PE teacher affect any recommended plans?
The PE versus science teacher would only be at the middle school level, and Heritage would be the same operationally, whether or not they were mixed or single gender classrooms. It would still be within the classroom teacher's purview of teaching.
Okay, and the recommendation from the advisory board right now is single gender or mixed gender?
Best practice is mixed gender classrooms. There are multiple reasons for that. One of the biggest ones is making sure that all students have the same information. It builds empathy, it provides equity in education, and it creates a level of awareness for now and into the future as they move along in their sex ed curriculum and just as humans in general.
I'd follow up on that and ask you this then. So if we're gonna have PE teachers do this, then what is the familiarity with the kids with that teacher? Because I find, right, I feel like the more comfort they have with the person who is giving them this instruction, the more likely they are to be vulnerable and ask real questions and those kinds of things. So I wonder, how does that work?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think the other thing to consider with PE teachers that would again be a conversation at the administrative level is around certifications and the ability to teach legally those topics. But I think our gym teachers, just like our classroom teachers, have really strong relationships with our students and work closely with them on a weekly basis. The same at the middle school, and so I think that would be something to consider. And we recognize the invaluable role that classroom teachers play, especially at the 4th and 5th grade level, where you're in your gen ed classroom for a large majority of your time.
And how often do our 4th and 5th grade students engage in PE?
That's not a conversation for 4 or 5. It's just 6, 7, 8. PE teachers is
Got it.
Yeah.
And so all 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students who are doing this, would they have that familiarity with the I just want to make sure we're putting kids in the best situation to be successful with a time in their life that is just really awkward and weird and everything in between.
Definitely. So it's a good question for our middle school administrators. I don't know the details around. Yep. I know that there is a PE requirement. I don't think it's all 3 years where students don't have to take PE for all 3 years. So,
Great. Any, Susan, and any of our students, if they have comments, of course, that they're welcome.
So I want to recognize that you all went above and beyond what you're supposed to do, or, required by state law or expectations coming from the board. So thank you for doing that. I realize that with the process as it is, that you all surveyed, the community, students, not specifically on this curriculum, and teachers and all of that, maybe a couple years ago, last year. And so you've been able to get that feedback, and it's set up to where there are teachers on the sex ed advisory board. There are staff, ones who, who've specifically, taught materials and stuff. So we do have that voice, and that's kind of like your advisory component that you're, collecting all of that data, and I really appreciate it. I was surprised by some of the raw data, and appalled in some cases. There was great support, and then there were, some comments, I would say, regarding LGBTQ, and not support for that. And I found that surprising, in that this is a district who does curriculum, or culturally responsive curriculum. Is supposed to be having books that are inclusive, and I just, that kind of, that was interesting to me. But yeah, I saw great support. I think it's the fact that they've been teaching the curriculum from, is this one the 2000s, early 19, like in the, late 1990s, early 2000s?
Yep.
Okay, so that's very different. And if we have kept up with this, updating the curriculum over the years, I'm sure maybe there would be a different comfort level. And so, I want to recognize that you all also looked at the national standards. I know some of the other curriculum that was on the table, that was explored, also had, the inclusive language, masturbation, like all of that. So I just, I know it's a huge jump, because we are looking at, curriculum from when I was in high school. I think that's something, when you're talking about like the mixed gender and stuff, like how that's changed, like in that setting and stuff. And thank you for like all of those articles that you sent, that explains that. And I hope everybody was able to see that. It reduces bullying, brings more of a, an understanding, and reduces a lot of stigma when you talk about gender and sex and stuff. So thank you for all that you brought us. Appreciate it.
Okay, I don't know if they're prepared to speak, but I did have a question for our middle school and heritage principals that I see are here in the audience. So if they want to, they can. If not, then the two of you can field this. But as we think about topics that generated some concern in the survey, the teacher survey in particular, I as a person who works with elementary children every day, and unfortunately have experienced situations with students who have been harmed in ways that are just unfathomable, and I'm not gonna get into more of that. But I know that one of the things that has been important in those situations, and also in the curriculum that we recently adopted around consent and safety for our youngest students, we talked about the importance of language and how when students can talk and use terms that are definitive and descriptive, it can help to protect them in the long run. And so my first, I guess, question is I don't know, you can kind of tuck that into to my next question. Next, I understand that as as we watch the news nationally and even see things locally, even this week, we can see that kids are impacted in ways that are potentially different than maybe the way that we experienced when we were growing up. Maybe not, but potentially. And so there are things happening at younger ages, for example, sexting, viewing pornography, things happening in corners and stairwells in public buildings, maybe even our schools, as much as we try to set up cameras and other things for that. So I'm just curious, if we're going to avoid topics or if we're going to avoid language, I just want to know, are we not experiencing those things? Have we not had discipline issues? Have we not had to have parents? Have we not had to have authorities come in to discuss those items with real incidents that are happening in our community? If the answer is no, that we have not had experience with that, then I would be more content to remove some of that language. If the answer is yes, this is very real in our community, then I do not feel safe removing that language.
If you don't mind.
Can I ask a clarification?
I'm sorry, may I ask you to come to the podium and speak? It's just because we're live streaming and then everyone can hear your voice as well. Thank you.
We like talking. Just a point of clarification, is your question about whether or not we are aware of students experiencing trauma as a result of those types of things?
So I kind of put them both together. So first, are we experiencing situations where kids are experiencing trauma and it is helpful for them to have appropriate language to express what has happened to them? And secondly, are you experiencing disciplinary or legal matters where kids have inappropriately used technology or other physical situations that could put them in harm as young as fourth? Because the issue here is that people have stated in the survey that they feel like this is too young. Are kids experiencing this in those grades?
I'll speak on the middle school side. I think it's important to recognize that schools are a microcosm of society. So anything that occurs in society is not schools are not immune to those things. Do we get handled with cares where students might have experienced something? Absolutely, we do. Can I speak specifically to whether or not there have been disciplinary issues? Not necessarily, but schools, anything that happens in society impacts the students that we have in our building. I guess that's the way I would answer that question.
And yeah, I guess I would agree. We're not operating in a vacuum, so we definitely feel the pressures and the things that are going on out there. And I'm not going to speak specifically to the discipline.
So I'm not saying that we shouldn't, act in age-appropriate ways, but I think when I'm expressing my concern, I want to make sure that we are equipping our kids with the safest information possible. I want them to know what is okay and what is not okay. I want them to be able to say what is happening to them that is not okay, so that we can get them the support and help and protection that they need sooner rather than later. So that's the first thing. So thank you for that. Yep, go ahead.
Wait.
I think Trustee Gerby had one thing, and then I'll
I'm
have
gonna
my
put you on the
question.
spot since you're here, and you can say like you'd rather write me an email if you would like or whatever. But your expertise will matter to me. So when I think about curriculum, I and our role in curriculum, I think of it more as like we provide tools, and you guys are the artists who utilize those tools. So I guess what I would want is a recommendation from you guys as a leader of your buildings. Do you want the tools in box A, right, the full encompassed all of it, or do you think you want box B? Because I'm inclined, like, I guess I would say, like, just to back that up is when we go through an SEAB process, right, we adopt, and then if we wanted to, if I've interpreted this correctly, to add on, then would require like a whole nother CAB process. So I'm a little bit inclined to give you the tools and say, now you use them how you need them. But if you're telling me it's not appropriate for a 4th grade, 5th grade, all of that, anyway.
Yeah, so first of all, don't feel like you need to answer that question.
No, I know, I'm sorry if that puts you too much on the spot.
I think we're being presented with a choice A and a choice B from what I understand. And Brett, I don't mean to cut you off,
No,
but I also
it's
don't want
fine.
to.
I would really respect your opinions on
With
it.
with the topic, it's always good to reflect, discuss, re-examine, etc. Brad brings up touches on the issue or topic, I should say, not an issue, but that I had about giving all the tools and kind of selecting those puzzle pieces that you would. But I really wanted to listen to the teacher voice that we had in the previous meeting, and there was a question for us, and I think for Steve, around do we have the ability to modify curriculum? And so it's a little different than what Brad's asking, but has that question been discussed? Because from my understanding per policy, what is adopted by the school district and the Board of Education is what's taught in the classroom. So if there is modification, then that would not be something that would be passed by the Board of Education.
Correct. So,
Right.
and to, I think, Brad's question and your point, Jennifer, that what we pass in terms of these topics would have to be discussed in classrooms with students. And so while that may be modified to the extent of when and where, but for example, the topic of masturbation, if that was approved by the board in that scope and sequence, it would be the expectation that that topic would be covered, you know, at some point in the grade levels that we're proposing them. So in the one option, it would be in 5th grade and I think in 6th grade. And so there are, however, examples where removing certain content from the proposed curriculum would be okay because it's either covered elsewhere, or in the case of, I think we brought up the idea of the HIV video that was being shown at the middle school that was grossly outdated and was, you know, very inaccurate. We just determined to remove that. Right. Yeah, and the information was covered elsewhere. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Brad, does that without putting two staff members on the spot?
At the same time, they're the experts in what they do. So, like, I respect it. If you want to just share that with me or whatever. I want to reflect you and your people. And okay, anyway.
And I will say, you know, kind of adding on to the point that I just made, that when we begin talking about implementation of the curriculum, we would be using that scope and sequence as a guide, and we would be working with, you know, building representation with teachers, grade level leads, to prepare for that, if that makes sense.
Tim, then Jenny.
So real quick, I think policy 2418, it states before adopting any revisions of material or methods used in instruction, the board shall have at least 2 public hearings. So I think if what I'm hearing that we can maybe pull things out, then maybe we might need to look at policy 2418 and amend that or change that, because I don't think that there should be anything pulled out or put in based on that policy.
It was my understanding, before I get to my question, it was my understanding, Cameron, did you contact someone at the state level about that?
So our regional health coordinator at the WISD, who has been in touch with state representation around that specific point.
So it's a legality thing that we potentially need to update to be more in alignment. That's kind of what we're thinking? Okay, all right. The other thing, when in regards to mixed genders versus separating the genders, that sort of thing, over the last, I don't know, at least 5 to 10 years maybe, we've had a lot of research and a lot of development around the idea of SEL, social emotional learning. A lot of that has focused on the relationships that students have with people at school. In fact, one of the data points that has been an ongoing goal in some of our schools has been, who is the trusted adult, do you have a trusted adult in the school? And so when I'm thinking about my kids, their school experiences, the kids that I teach each day, the people that they are most comfortable with, in fact, sometimes they call them mom and dad accidentally. So the people that they are most comfortable with are the people that they are experiencing daily community with. And so when we're talking about a topic that could be, different, new, I am just thinking about, just in my own experience and in my own logic, that it makes sense for the most trusted adult at school to be the person teaching that content area. And beyond that, talking about mixed gender classrooms, talking about topics of masturbation or revisions to the law, using inclusive language, those sorts of things. I keep coming back to research, and because I'm a literacy person, over the last decade, there's been a lot of new research around literacy and how we teach kids to read, and a lot of that has involved some shifting on my own thinking, and this is really nerdy, but just getting into how, like, when change happens initially, a lot of times learning, we learn through resistance, and then we move to compliance, like, fine, I'm going to do it, and then we move to internalization and what I believe about this. And so when change is happening, and when we are going through new ideas and new learning, I think that it's important for us to rely on the research. And for example, in my own experience with literacy and many of my colleagues, when we were hearing about some of the changes that had to happen, I didn't believe it. I've been teaching reading for a long time. I've been teaching reading intervention, and I know how it goes, and I don't believe what you're saying. But the research was very, very clear. And what you have shared with us is that there have been countless studies, meta-analysis on the best ways in 2024 to teach sex education, and that includes package A, the first thing that you gave to us. And so I know that this can be difficult, and I want to have care and empathy for people who are experiencing that learning shift, and I have confidence that our teaching and learning team can provide that. And if in the end that is not something that is comfortable, that hopefully there is some ways that alternate assignments, alternate ideas, ways that we can approach that so that our kids have the best that we can give them. I don't know if you want to say anything about that. I have one more thing.
Go ahead. What do you mean by alternate ways?
I just don't know. Typically, teachers have multiple certifications. So if ultimately a person were to decide that they just don't feel comfortable teaching 5th grade reproductive health, then perhaps there's a conversation about where they might feel most comfortable teaching.
I guess my only response to that or comment to that is that, again, thinking about the implementation of if and when the curriculum is approved, the building administration, the district administration would work with teachers and families to make sure that all students who are opting for that curriculum and families that are opting for that curriculum would receive it.
Thank you. Lastly, I want to just recognize that there has been a lot of conversation around some topics that have included some harmful language in our community. When people in our community are exercising their opinions around topics that they feel comfortable around, I think we need to remember that we're talking about real human lives. There are people in our community who deserve to be valued and loved and appreciated for who they are. And language that is dehumanizing is hate speech and should not be allowed. And we need to stand up and we need to speak back to that when we hear it. We need to recognize that there are people who have lived experiences that are different than our own, and that that's okay. We need to avoid reductive language or language that marginalizes. And even if you're in a room with someone and you think you know who they know and who they love, you might not know. And even if they don't have someone that they know and love who might identify in a way that's different than your own, it's just not okay. We need to prioritize dignity, we need to prioritize safety, and we need to prioritize the well-being of our entire community.
Thanks, Jenny. Any other final comments? And hello, Dr. McVeigh. Welcome.
So are we picking, like, how are we moving? Do we need to decide tonight package A versus
I
B to
think-
be read next time? I'm a little confused as to
So
the
this was a
process.
discussion, not a decision point. So I believe that it would be up to President McVeigh and Dr. Lodge to discuss the next agenda and probably, don't want to speak for you, but probably include an action item with blanks that would be filled in live at the table after the next discussion versus selecting now. I know personally for me, I would like to stand still and absorb what I heard and continue to think on this. I'm not ready to say I think we should go one way or the other.
So just for people, could I just say just a
Yeah,
couple
yeah.
things? So for people listening who might not have had a chance to look at the curriculum and hear the words pictures of erections and imagine photography or something, that these are really like stick drawings that are pretty, in my opinion, bland, but I guess I look at people's bodies for a living and check people out and make sure they're healthy. So, you know, I think there is one person's opinion, but since we're discussing, I think there's value, as I think maybe Trustee Miller was getting at kids understanding before it happens to them what happens. I'm just going to be blunt. We're adults or near adults here. You know, what happens with these physiologic processes. And I think it was drawn in a way that is appropriate and not pornographic. People can certainly choose to check it out and look for themselves, but just because not everybody has time to do that, it's one person's opinion. I just want people to know these are not like live action photos because I think some of what I've seen on social media makes it seem that way and makes it seem like this is somewhere well out of the bounds of what most parents would feel comfortable with. Similarly, the conversation around masturbation is maybe a little trickier. I think people have different religious beliefs or thoughts regarding self-stimulation, masturbation, however you want to talk about it. But, I start talking about it with parents when kids are 2 or 3 because they don't have any shame at that point, and shame is something that comes up much later. So if we want kids to feel most comfortable beyond even just who the teacher is teaching it, which any adult is going to feel some degree of uncomfortable, normalizing what's happening to them seems to me to be really important for making kids feel comfortable. I agree that 4th and 5th grade for many of the kids may be early, but not for all. So I think I'll be interested to hear more feedback on that particular part of the provisions. I'm just sharing my opinions on the couple of things that have come up so that people can have them when they're thinking about it. I feel pretty,
One more time on that topic. Can you just say what is included in masturbation? It's not a tutorial. Can you just explain what is said around that topic?
It within the scope of, I believe it's in the hygiene and body safety section, is they talk about masturbation as a thing that happens with people. Short definition, as in, it feels good to touch. Do you have it on there? No. Okay. It feels good to touch yourself. It is a private behavior. Moving on. That's all that it is.
Well,
so
and so there's a couple of times that it's mentioned in the curriculum. Yeah. It's not mentioned in 4th grade at all. If we're talking about the original scope and sequence, it discusses that it's rubbing oneself and that it's a private behavior. There's also mention of it later on when it's discussing the female body anatomy and discussing what that looks like for a female body. And there's also a mention of it in the lesson on hygiene when it's talking about, properly cleaning up after oneself. Going back to what we had talked about, if that topic were to be approved, we could work with the building administration and teachers to say, for example, only focus on that initial definition of what that is in terms of it being a private behavior and leave it at that single mention of what it is, not going into any more detail of for a female body or of cleaning up after oneself. I know that was some concerns that some teachers had that, they felt like we were going in too much depth with that particular topic. Again, if it were to be approved, by simply discussing that one definition in one slide, we would be covering that topic and it would be, in line with state law.
Do you, the, editing, of this, is that something you work with, the PPP, that's what it's called, right?
yeah, PPP does not edit their slides
Yes.
because they have put in lots and lots of research and testing of this to make sure that it is robust and fulfills the national sex ed standards.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that we can't remove things. So we can't change the slide themselves, but if we were to decide to remove things, then that is within your scope.
With our license and everything,
Mhm.
that's good.
As long as we're not editing the slides, we can take them out. We can't change the words that are on there.
No, I'm just trying to kind of share for those people like me who don't necessarily always have time to go look at every bit of and who hear a little bit of the hubbub out there, one pediatrician / trustee's opinions regarding some of the feedback. I am in complete agreement with Trustee Miller about the evidence, though some of us might feel a little strange about it, really leading us to having multiple genders in the classroom. There's going to be giggles either way and embarrassment. There's probably giggles and embarrassment, being stifled in this room right now. And I think if you've ever been around kids and siblings in large multi-gender families, you see that there's a level of empathy sometimes deep down under the teasing in brother-sister duos as they go through things that I sometimes wish we had in my single-gendered family. And I think being around kids of the other gender when we have, so much such an issue with kindness and bullying and understanding is very likely to build empathy. And also, when you look at adult surveys on what people know about female bodies specifically and how they understand how female bodies work, it's kind of appalling. So I'd like to be part of raising the next generation of more educated humans of all genders. So I am in favor of that. So I think my overall impression, and I know we're not deciding now, but and if people have feedback to convince me otherwise, is that I hear the feedback regarding discomfort, and I still think that package A is the better package. And there is always still the opportunity for families to talk with their own children at home about their mores around these things. There will be plenty of opportunities given, and there is also the opportunity not to participate, which I think would be sad, but is entirely within people's rights.
Okay, how about we take final discussion topics?
Okay, so I just want to make a few statements, and I won't be here for the next 2 out of 3 board meetings, some trips planned. But anyway, so I know you guys are tasked with a very difficult job. Sex education, there's differing opinions on how they want it taught. It's very personal, families, and some of the diversity on this board as well, because I'm not a fan of the mixed gender classrooms. I've talked to numerous people and heard their feedback as well. And I know from my personal standpoint, from my family itself, privacy is important. It's an awkward time. So I think we're going to be putting some students in a very awkward place. And so I'm not a fan of the mixed gender, and also age appropriateness. I think masturbation at 5th grade and talking about that, I'm not a fan of that. I would err more on the side of less detail and just more broader general knowledge.
Yeah, I totally hear that. I have a couple of resources available that I can send you if you're interested to learn more specifically about talking about masturbation in kids and how we adults sort of screw up the conversation because of the baggage that we carry as adults. We think of masturbation as a very sexual thing. Kids don't. Kids think of masturbation as a soothing thing, as I'm stressed, it feels good. I am excited, it feels good. They're not thinking, they don't have the toolbox of sexuality that adults have. But yeah, oh yeah, it totally is. Yeah, but I'm saying the teaching is not related to sexuality at all. It's just bodies and knowing that this is a normal and very private behavior, that it's something that you do, like you don't pee in the middle of the classroom. You go to the bathroom and do that. That's a private behavior. You don't drop your pants in school. You go to the bathroom and change your pants, things like that. So if you would like me to send you a couple of things around masturbation to just help you sort of wrap your heads around that and make some more informed decisions, I'm happy to send those things to you. The other thing is that in any curricular decision, whether it's this body or other bodies, Saline area schools has always prided itself, I'm looking at it right now, the pursuit of excellence, and that we hold best practice and what kids need in order to go out into the world as prepared humans into their next steps in life. We hold that very dear, and this committee in particular, having done this for a little bit, has been extraordinarily amazing at keeping best practice, policy, and mission of Saline area schools at the center of all of these conversations. And this group in particular has been remarkable in separating their personal feelings with the goal for the students and the children that are in our care. And ultimately, everybody in this room wants what is best for kids and wants the care and compassion and kindness to lead all of the conversations that happen around this building. And I appreciate all of you for the attention and the care that you have given not only this, but all of the other things that you attend to throughout a school year and beyond. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I just glanced ahead at our public comment forms, and I will say for my piece, and I appreciate you saying a separation of personal beliefs, because I think we all bring our personal biases to the table and consider what has happened with us in the past and our personal feelings. But for me, it's a true partnership in other stakeholders within the community, and no other voice is going to be louder for me than the teachers that are teaching 4th through 8th grade education right now, and I see a couple here, and I will continue to talk with them, and I will continue to listen to them and read their emails, and that's how my vote's going to go. I'll just say that.
Yeah,
At
and
least
I
have the
will,
teacher input.
I will add to that to say that it has been a solid 25 years since we have had new curriculum for sex ed. And so we want to make sure that the decisions that we're making, that we are making for not just today and next year and the year after, but for possibly the next 25 years to come. And that we are all.
We hope not.
Well,
sorry, I don't wanna
right,
speak
yeah,
for
we
any
want
of
to
us,
do
but
more
I
baby
hope not.
steps. But I mean, we have to be thinking that longevity for these
Yeah.
decision making and
Right.
not the today. We need a much broader scope to look at. You know, maybe some of the students that are here now are going to be teachers here someday, and we'll be having this
Hope so.
discussion again. You know, so we want the broad lens.
Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna land the plane. It sounds like a good discussion. Thank you very much for your continued hard work and for your collaboration with the teams, both on the board and the CEB and staff members. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to switch? Okay. Introducing Dr. Michael McVeigh.
Thank you very much for accommodating my absence. Board administration and board updates, please. Thank you. Starting with Dr. Lodge.
I don't have any comments tonight.
Yay! I mean,
No, I mean,
respectfully. We can start at either end if anyone is. Let's start with our students who are going to enlighten us with life in the high school these days.
I was just going to say thank you to Mr. Clary and all those who have worked with the school updates and the construction that's happening. I am a coach for the tennis community ed program, and I don't know if most people know that. I don't know how many people know, but the tennis courts there are terrible. Between every courts, there's about a crack about that big, about approximately the width of a middle schooler's foot, and I've seen some pretty close calls with some rolled ankles, and that with all the other updates that's happening to that area, it's really exciting to see that happening. I'm just sad that I'm going to graduate before all of that's going to happen, but thank you.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add, but thank you and congrats to the Merit Scholars that came tonight. And then also thank you to the member from Uproar who shared their story and opinions.
Not much, but there is a important election on the 5th and the ISD millage renewal. It's important.
We're moving along pretty quickly. I'm like, I'm going to be ready. So I know that we have a lot, awareness month as far as October and days and everything to celebrate. But I want to recognize LGBTQ History Month, and that was actually started, I think 1994 by a teacher who realized that, there needed to be more topics brought up and more positive things with the history of LGBTQ community. So I wanted to recognize that. And the election, we can say vote yes for the special education millage, and I will be on your ballot as well. So vote yes there.
So just building on the special education millage, I know, there are times where we might not have someone who it doesn't feel like maybe we have someone in our lives who's directly impacted. But just a couple of things about the special education millage. Special education is required by law. So if those dollars are not renewed in a millage. Those dollars would come from other sources in our district. So this millage is in support of all of our students, whether they have a special education plan or not. And the work that is done in our county, because this is a special education millage for our county, as organized by the Washtenaw Intermediate School District. The work that they do to provide equity and services across our county is remarkable. But I think that what we have heard in my tenure here at the board, and also for the entire time that I've lived in this community, is how remarkable the special education services and team is here in our school district. And so by voting yes for the special education millage, we are continuing to support the good work and the good stewardship that has been the history in our school district. So please consider voting yes. If you have questions, there are past recordings of our meetings when we've had a presentation. So you could watch that recording to get more information. You can also visit the WISD website to get information on the special education millage with more detail. Typically in October, we have a pink meeting and I meant to remind Michael. He did tell us earlier this month, but I meant to remind Michael and I forgot. So I'm wearing my pink. I see Lauren's wearing some pink. I know Fred has his pink shoes on. So I just want to, so I just want to remind everyone that breast health is important all year long, but if you haven't scheduled a mammogram or, sought to take care of yourself, this is a good reminder this month to make sure that you schedule that. In addition, it is World Mental Health Month, so I just want to extend that, and I don't think that, I think in my lifetime the stigma around mental health is improving, but it's definitely not, it's continuous and ongoing improvement, and so I hope that we'll continue to talk around issues around mental health and continue to educate ourselves and build empathy for those who are impacted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll just keep working our way down the table. I just want to say that last Monday, Dr. Lotch and I went up to Howell, Michigan. I think it was my first time ever in Howell, to the Livingston, RISA, yeah. We went to discuss legislative priorities. It was a wish list. We met with a number of other board members from across Region 7 of the Michigan Association of School Boards, just to throw spaghetti at the ceiling to see what would stick. And in a week or two, the Governmental Relations Committee is going to look at all of that feedback from all over the state and try and make some directions for what legislation we're going to be coming up with this year. There are some interesting ones, but we won't go into it right now. And also this weekend, at least 2 board members are going to be attending the annual leadership conference up in Lansing. Am I allowed to say who's going up? Sure. All right. I'm going to, well, I didn't want to be part, Susan Estep will be up there on the, on one of a very key committee that starts on Thursday, and I'll be doing a presentation on Saturday, and apparently it doesn't conflict with the Michigan MSU game, so we're good. I don't have to have a score timer or whatever in the right-hand side of my presentation. Glad you know it's happening. I was informed that it was happening. Thank you.
Thank you to my board colleagues who have already mentioned the special education millage. I'll just say +1 to that. It's incredibly important, so please flip your ballot. I didn't, Michael wasn't here, I did not respond to previous public comment because you were not here, but I would like to respond to some public comment myself. To Team 122, I am, again, not surprised, totally, I was optimistic. Really, really disappointed in having that appeal come back denied. I hope to continue to see improved processes with several facets of that that appeal. Without getting into student privacy and things like that, I'll end it there. I'm wishing them the very best of luck in Lake Orion this week. To our girls lacrosse members who came last time and one individual spoke, and to the ones that have reached out to me since, both in writing and in person, and our board as well. I do not want them to think that they were not heard. They absolutely were. The football appeal, we had 14 days to file. It needed incredibly quick mobilization. It does not place one over the other in importance, and I am very happy to see some hopeful progress with lacrosse as well. To that end, as Michael and Steve know, I have requested that we consider adding a standing committee to our board committee assignments for athletics. This is to provide support and alignment between the board policies around MHSAA versus our school district. This touches our policy, this touches finance for us. It's a very big piece of our school district, and I think we should acknowledge it by adding a standing committee to our roster. Thank you.
All right, I have a few items. I'll try to be quick. Jennifer did a really nice job just now talking about football things. I still think that there was value in going through the appeal process. And I think there was value in having them see us and hear from us. And we'll continue to do what we can on that front. But I want to wish you guys, like, win, right? Go take this thing, right? And keep this thing going and everything in that regard. I want to say congrats to the Merit Scholars at the beginning. I want to note, Tim, I want to note you and your team. I think what you did this week to collect items and to take supplies down to people in North Carolina spoke volumes to your commitment to this community. It spoke volumes to the community's partnership with you, and I want you to know how much I recognized it. I as a person who lives here, thank you. You represented Saline there, so thank you. Pink for October for women in my life who I care about deeply. Bus Safety Week, right? So red means red, and please help keep our students and drivers and people out there. You know, my 16-year-old is out there, like, Graham, Bus Safety Week, dude. But, like, so the reality for me is that that's really important to us, and we want to make sure that we're stopping and we're paying attention to those things, because it's our kids that we care about. Soccer regionals are happening right now, and they're literally happening right now. I'm going to tell you, I'm here, but my brain, like, if anybody gets an update and wants to send it to my phone, I swear I'll pretend I didn't see it, because I'm curious. Like, it's late right now, and they're real late in the game. All right, and as a trustee, I can say yes emphatically that I am voting yes on the special ed millage. I do think that it supports all Saline kids, and I emphatically say yes, yes, yes. And then the last thing I will say is that we do have an election in 2 weeks, and I want to say just out loud how grateful I am, and I'll say this again as we go, but how grateful I am to have spent the past 4 years as a member of this board team and in service to the people of Saline. And whether we see the world the same way or we don't, I hope after November 5th, the best thing is we can all come together to work for the betterment of our students, because that's what we do. And I really am grateful for this opportunity, for this time. And then the last thing I have to beg of is, after Lauren or after consent, I am begging for a bio break, because I would like to focus on public comment. Thank you.
I'll talk fast based on that. I think everyone said most of what I had to say, except for as we are lifting up teachers and educators, as we try to do here, and lifting up the importance of the upcoming election, which, you know, absentee voting start now. You can go fill out your absentee vote at your polling place and do early voting. If you would like to hear how the state's educators endorse people, you can go to the Michigan Education Association endorsements, and that can be a useful way to prioritize kids and education with your vote this year.
Brad? I'm going to ask us to do the consent agenda. I'd like to entertain a motion to authorize the consent agenda as printed.
So moved.
JS.
Support.
Gerby. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0, thank you. What's next? sorry, I'm not trying to drag this out. Items for the next agenda, sir.
Yeah, real quick, we're going to be doing an updated hiring practices report from Carol and the HR department.
Great. Without objection, I'd like to have a 10-minute recess. No, I don't need that long. That's you guys. 4.5-minute recess. 5-minute recess, please. We will reconvene at 8:33, 30, whatever 5 is plus. Sorry, I'm so sorry. 8:37. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everybody. We are going to move to into the public comment section. A member, oh, we have a few more.
I put them in the order.
Thank you. A member of the public may address the board for up to 3 minutes or request to be scheduled on the agenda at a future meeting. Most of you who have spoken here before know the rules about the yellow card at 30 seconds remaining. Please attend to that, and please also try not to, please just don't make any comments that are direct, what's the phrasing? Derogatory. I'll just read it. Personal attacks against board members or the superintendent or district employees or students. Thank you. I'll read the name and tell you who's on deck. Kristen Driver is first, followed by Susan Atzinger. Thank you. I saw you laughing, Megan. Come on, it's not like I screwed it up. Feel free to adjust that.
I've left recent board meetings with a heavy heart that our student athletes' experiences and parents' concerns are not being listened to or believed, and don't see evidence of this changing. My middle school daughter has had the privilege of being coached by our cross-country and track coaches. My daughter and a few of her female teammates experienced feeling sexualized by male athletes. She was believed by her coach, who then did something and put a stop to this behavior. It's that easy. After hearing about the issues of the women's lacrosse team and not knowing the coaches at the high school level, I now feel concerned that there are not safeguards in place in case the coaches don't believe her or are the ones causing harm. I understand that you are limited in what you can share publicly. However, that puts even more pressure on the communication that does come from our school leadership. When a parent comes and says that her and other parents have been screaming for someone to listen to their daughters about harmful behaviors at the hands of a coach, when a mother shares that she has been ignored by her superintendent and never heard from him after her son was targeted in a racist incident, we need to believe that and respond appropriately. When I hear our leadership's response is to instead lift up the accomplishments of our athletic director or to reassure Steve that he is not racist, the message is your experiences don't matter because they make us uncomfortable. It is not for white people to say if someone's actions weren't racist. If a black mother experiences it as that, then it is. If teen girls are saying they're being sexualized by their coach, then they are. That's great. An evaluation system of our coaches has been put in place. What I want to hear, though, is we've now learned that our evaluation system has not resulted in athletes' concerns being acknowledged and responded to. And here are the steps we are taking to remedy this. Our football coaches have brought such a positive cultural shift to the team. However, our coaches are going to be limited when our school leadership does not outwardly show that they have the capacity to self-correct and be better. When a student who is connected to racist incidents gets more face-to-face time with leadership than the students who were targeted, what message is that sending? Are we truly wanting to make our schools a place for all students to belong, or are we really that comfortable being known as that white school? I love hearing how many of our teachers are willing to put in extra work to grow their curriculums to be more culturally responsive. I love hearing coaches who believe and empower their student athletes, but I'm not sure I have that same faith in our leadership right now. I want to see and hear accountability. It's uncomfortable to own up to mistakes, to own up to lack of attempts to repair with Black and brown families, but this is needed to show that leadership knows it's not only on teachers and students to be a top academic and athletic program, but that you all need to be the leaders to make our schools a place everyone can belong. Thank you.
Suzanne Atzinger, followed by Marcy Goyette.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Atzinger. I'm a parent of previous graduates, and I served 3 years on the SEAB, which was the Reproductive Health Advisory Committee at that time. You guys proved me wrong tonight. I I'm going to just admit it. I don't usually say I'm wrong. But I thought for sure you were going to vote tonight. So with that in mind, I anticipated how the vote would go, and my public comment was going to reflect that. So let me modify that just a bit. I think I have two requests, if I can quickly fit them in my 3 minutes. And one is that, and now you have the opportunity, so I'm very excited about that, that we just pause, and you are doing that, and I give you great accolades for pausing, and I'm talking about the Sex Ed Advisory Committee, Sex Ed curriculum that's proposed, that we pause and reflect on this decision and the gravity of this decision and all its implications. So I'll never know. I'm so excited that you are, in a way, doing that. I don't see, quite frankly, personally, in my opinion, that you're anywhere near a vote, but that's my opinion. Second to that, what I was going to say, and I can still say it except just update it, is with this curriculum, there are many that approve as it is, and with those modifications. There are many that do not approve. So I would not be in approval of this curriculum as it is. I would be in similar fashion as Trustee Austin, in that, not his words, but mine, in that less is more sometimes. And I think that is worth reflecting on. I think, related to Trustee Estep's words, I think in the spirit of true inclusion, we have to step back. I don't think this current curriculum is inclusive of the vast majority of all of our students and families and community. It does not reflect mine. I don't have parents. I'm not a parent actively, but I often have people come to me. With this current curriculum, I have people that come to me and want my opinion, since I served and I was rather invested. And what's different this time than the previous times that we've come together and voted is, prior, I was always wanting to be that team person, that I always wanted to make it work. So sometimes I'd say, okay, this is what was passed, but here's how you can make it work. Here's how you can make it work and still be in that curriculum and still have your student. Let me tell you what I've done in the past, and it worked, even though there were areas that I personally, I'm already at 3 minutes? You're kidding me. So thank you for taking this time. I think you need more time.
Thank you, Ms. Essner.
And quickly, I think the big thing that you need to focus on now and not later is opting out. That there needs to be a clear path to
Right.
opting out,
Marcy
not
Goyette,
a check mark. Thank you.
followed by Julie Kelly. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Marcy Goyette, and thank you for hearing. I will admit, I'm not 100% prepared because I wasn't sure exactly what was going to happen tonight in regards to the sex ed board. I want to thank them for some of the process that has happened so far, in that it sounds like with some of the things that they offered up today, they heard some of our voices in regards to some of the curriculum, and at least offered up a change. However, I will say, and I will tell you, these are reflections of my thoughts. However, I have talked with a lot of other teachers and some other ones. I feel like there are other teachers that have the same thoughts as I do here. We feel like our voices are starting to be heard, but they're still not heard yet. We feel like the process that has gone through has not always included the teachers, and maybe not, and should include more of the teacher's voice in here. I still 100%, I'm not clear on this whole process and how it is going to proceed. When is the vote? Everything. The feedback that they took was then taken, and decisions were made with our curriculum team, not with our teachers. I feel like we definitely have teachers on both sides. I think that if we can come together and we are given the opportunity to spend some time and collaboratively work together, we are going to find something that we can all feel good about giving to our students and feel like it's appropriate and equitable and what's best practice is. However, if that process is not including us teachers in the opportunities to spend some time with the curriculum, actually see all of the components of the curriculum, which we've not been able to, the access to one copy in an office doesn't make it conducive to what we do as teachers to really dig deep into a curriculum. We need to have all of the materials in front of us. We all need to have copies just to be able to look at this and do this. It is true, we are not all going to agree on everything. We are not going to feel comfortable with everything. However, if we include a collaborative process between the board and us and you, I feel like you will get to a spot that is best for the students. That's what we all want. It truly is what we do want. I want to see that bridge, that we work together to create something that you feel comfortable voting for. We feel comfortable in teaching to our students and doing all of that. So I hope going forward that you will listen to us or maybe even clarify to us, what is this process going forward? Is it just going to be a vote in a couple of weeks based on what has happened so far, or is there going to be time for more collaborative work? I think teachers would appreciate that if that happened. I will say, though, there is one part that I was very disheartened about tonight. In reference to where it was brought up that if we don't feel comfortable with this, it sounded like we should seek teaching someplace else or teaching another grade level. That does not feel like the board supports us. That did not feel very good hearing that comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goyette.
thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you. So Julie Kelly, followed by Becky Road Bendis. Sorry.
Hi, I am Julie Kelly. I'm a teacher at Heritage, and I appreciate your time, and thank you for letting me speak. I do appreciate those of you who have wanted to hear the teacher voice. Thank you for wanting to hear our part too. I will say that I've been teaching here for 20 years. I'm very well known for being a passionate educator. Many of you have been in my room because my expertise has been on display for you in many ways and many different things in the district. However, now my expertise feels like it's being completely disregarded. Do I have expertise in this age kid? I've taught 4th and 5th graders for 20 years in this district. I feel like my voice should carry some weight because I feel like I know these kids, and what I want is best for the kids. That's what I've always wanted. That's why I'm a teacher. I love children. So I just feel like maybe that's being neglected because there's research out there that says, in the grand scheme of things, this. I respect that. I love to learn. I check research all the time for all sorts of things. But I also think there's something to the personal touch and the people who know our kids. You were saying that the kids would be most comfortable with their teachers. I totally agree. We spend a lot of time investing in them and getting their trust, and we want it to be used for their good in the world. And I don't feel like maybe we could do that if this is what we're being forced to teach without hearing what we're having to say about it. As far as mixed genders, I hear the concept that you want the teacher to be with the kids, so do we. However, we know, because we've taught this for years and biology hasn't changed, that the kids are very uncomfortable talking about this. But we spend a lot of energy getting them comfortable so they can ask us questions. We want them to know their body. It's changing. They deserve to know what's coming and not be fearful. But with the other gender present, we don't see how that will happen. We think they'll sit, yes, and giggle and whatever. We can get past all the giggles. That isn't the issue. But we want them to be able to ask and understand. That's our goal with this whole process, is to help our kids understand their bodies. So thank you for your time. Thanks for hearing us. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Becky Bendis, followed by Amy Tesselin.
Hi, my name is Becky Bendis. I'm a 5th grade teacher here in Saline. I want to thank both the CIAB and the board tonight for your discussion and for the information. I feel a lot more informed tonight than I was a few hours ago, and for that I'm very grateful. I do continue to disagree with some of the age appropriateness of the content, some of which was discussed tonight, some of which has not been, and that's not really the point that I'm trying to make. I want to talk more about the process that has come to bring all of this to where we are now. It hasn't felt terribly collaborative with teachers up to this point. The first meeting where this was presented to the board came after school got out, and most people only knew about it if they read Steve's weekly email right at the end of the school year. It was in one email. I do read all of those, so I did know about it, but I was out of town as it was after school was out, and so I was grateful then that there was a second meeting that did happen during the school year. So that part was better that it was during the school year, but again, it was right when school started and everything was chaotic for a lot of people. I came to that meeting, there were not very many people here, and so it doesn't feel like the community was terribly informed that this was happening and knew a lot about it. After that meeting, the board, your board, asked the CEAB to get more support from the teachers, more feedback from the teachers, not support, and if 2 weeks was enough time. And Marcy said no, but we were still given approximately that same 2 weeks to give that feedback. And while many of us did, I know that some people had a lot going on in that time and were unable to give feedback in that 2 weeks. Since then, the staff hasn't really heard anything until tonight. And tonight it does sound like there's been a lot of changes or a lot of consideration for what people have said, and I appreciate those updates. But it still seems like maybe not all of the concerns have been fully fleshed out, in that we were still having discussion tonight over what should and shouldn't be included. Marcy mentioned that the grade level is on both sides of this curriculum, and that we're really willing to compromise. We're willing to discuss it as a grade level and find some common points where we're willing to compromise. But it seems unclear still what can be changed after approval. So based on what we've done so far, I'm concerned about how we will go about collaborating on that, those updates and those modifications after it's been approved. I greatly respect the people on both boards, the CEAB and the Board of Education, yet I'm still feeling fairly disappointed in the collaboration we've had through the entire process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bendis. Amy Tesselin, followed by Tiffany Alexander.
Thank you, Saline Area School Board. I wanted to add my support as a parent in the district to all the families of all the football students and all the students, so many students who have been directly harmed by systemic failures in our district and community. When individuals, especially students, are impacted, our whole community is. I implore the board to take concrete and meaningful actions, not reactionary actions. There are no quick fixes to start to repair these systemic issues. Only then can we all truly come together in all of our shared value to support all of our students.
Tiffany Alexander, followed by Raylyn Davis.
Hello. First, I just want to acknowledge the fact that my child exists, and when you say other gender, what that does is erase my child's gender. So that's a classroom that's my recent graduate that some of you know, my fourth grader. That's a classroom that's not safe for them, because clearly that means if you're just saying other gender, that you don't acknowledge that my oldest child exists. So it's lovely to sit here and experience erasure. With that, I want to say thank you to Trustee Gold and Trustee Eastep. It's really nice to say, let's have a committee. As somebody on a committee, it's only as good as if you actually listen to them and respect them. And as far as standing up is actually taking action that Trustee Eastep and Trustee Gold took last night when they said no. According to the parents that I spoke to, they said no. If you say kill all N-words, we don't think you need to necessarily be here. So I want to start with that. Then I want to say I'm here to support the football families. I was a continent away when I heard about this. It was a surprise to me that I would hear about it, because I have no involvement with sports. However, sports is something that brings kids together. It's something that empowers them. It builds a team. It gives kids a place to talk about their problems and somebody to talk about it with. Think we see the results of this year's football team, not only in their wins, but in how they've conducted themselves in this situation. The number one word I've heard over and over and over again is a word that I have uttered here many, many times, as have many other people. District leadership in this school is retaliatory. It is rash and reactionary. And now you have an entire group of students suffering from that retaliatory action. This board has been asked many, many times to be the checks and balances that you were voted in to be, not a soft place to land. I support an independent investigation. I support having that done by somebody who has no district involvement at all. It's very nice to say, you know, let's have a committee. I'm on a committee. I can tell you how it feels to be on that committee, but that's another discussion. So I would really like to see the board step up. And to those of you that have, thank you. But there's plenty of you that like to say pretty words. And those pretty words are not helping those students. They're not helping your community. We don't feel heard. And these kids don't feel heard. And this has harmed them. Real action is investigating the people responsible for that decision and holding them accountable, which you have been asked to do, in this case, since 2020.
Thank you.
Okay, 2 years ago, when you guys did the special ed review, you talked about how be careful what you vote for because it's just coming to the general ed, and here we are. I would support that. I don't think masturbation should be in here for the 4th and 5th graders. First of all, there are religious beliefs that do not believe masturbation is okay at any age, and therefore you're going to have more families opting out of the whole program if you include it in the 4th and 5th grade than families who would opt to stay in the sex ed program if it was omitted. Secondly, I would like to know why the co-chairs are making this recommendation, because the CAB has not met since the information has gotten to the teachers. Not only are teachers feeling like they're being excluded from this discussion, the CAB is being excluded from this discussion. So those recommendations you had came exclusively from those 2 co-chairs tonight. And so again, I'm kind of wondering what's going on here. And I'm, again, 2 years ago, I brought up a lot about how our CAB is dysfunctional. The Ann Arbor schools sex ed committee has approved 6 different changes in the last 2 years in their schools, because when small things come up, they do the policy, the board votes on it, it changes, both English, sex ed, variety. The fact that we do have a 25-year-old sex ed curriculum shows, again, how dysfunctional our CAB is. This should not be a 25-year choice you guys are making. It should be a 2 to 3 year choice, and then when changes are made, little changes are made, we can keep an updated curriculum and not having to go through this again. So I don't think you need to look on what we need to be teaching our kids for the next 25 years. I also, lastly, I would really like to mention that I was kind of surprised. The New York Times had an article about the University of Michigan this last week, specifically how it has spent billions of dollars on DEI, and yet over the course of the last 10 years, what's happened at U of M is even worse than what's been going on, and there's been more dissent and more issues arising. And I would just like to kind of put that out there, that we know that as Saline, we follow what U of M does, and we've been following the DEI, and I know you guys have done some good work, but at the same time, let's not let our issues, and especially with sex ed, and what we call best practices, where are those best practices coming from, and let's make sure that we do have all biases taken off and doing, because I have to admit, I was kind of disparaged when some of the school board members say their opinion and other people came back and tried to bring into them that they were wrong. And I don't think that is the role of our CAB and the recommendation committee. Thank you very much.
I understand there are 2 more public comments that have recently arrived.
Hi, I was here last night for the special board meeting, and I just wanted to share something. We actually had a beautiful thing happen out in the hallway, and I think that the district as a whole could actually benefit from more of those types of discussions happening. was a closed session. I know the parents had asked for it actually to be open, and I'm sure there were legal reasons why it couldn't be. I don't know. But we sat out there, the parents of the victims, the parents of the accused. There was conversation, and it lasted for hours, and it was actually great. Yet what happened in here determined something that yet now nobody knows the real details. Nobody knows, so all that does is rumors start to spiral again. You know, what Tiffany said, you know, did that happen? I don't know. Did the boy not do it? Nobody knows. What evidence was there is not shown. So if that boy goes back to school, he's a target now. The kids, do they feel comfortable? I just think there's a lack of transparency, and it was a beautiful thing what happened out there. And that's what I think needs to happen more, is discussion and transparency. And I hope we can find a way to do that more, because I think it's going to go a long way. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Jen? Yeah.
Hi, my name's Jen McPherson. I have a junior on the Saline football team. And I wasn't planning on speaking today, but I ran into a woman in the parking lot who knew me, and she asked why I was here, and I kind of was filling her in. And she made a comment that really took me aback. And she said, oh, yeah, well, I heard that a lot of the problems are stemming because of the coach's error. And nothing could be further from the truth. And so hearing that from her made me realize that the communication around this has been so poor that now not only is our team accepting blame that doesn't belong on them, but our coaching staff is as well. So I'm here for a moment to tell you about what I see as a parent, and it makes me emotional. For the first 2 years that my son was on the football team, I never spoke to a coach, and I don't know that he ever did. And so when we had this new coaching staff coming in, we were a little nervous. The culture of this football team has not been known to be fabulous. And in this very short year, it has shifted so dynamically and so completely that I cry when I talk to the coaches. They have made these boys a team. They have made them one unit. They have made them part of the community. They have repeatedly told them, you will show up for your community or your community will not show up for you. And that's what these boys have done. They're showing up for each other like they have never shown up before. These coaches are so involved with this team. They are so involved with the boys. Those coaches seek me out after a game to hug me and tell me how good my son played. And I've never in my life seen my son so enthusiastic about this sport. So to have our coaching staff and our team put on blast for something that has nothing to do with them, and for that to be the word on the street, when really it's an accountability issue in administration, is heartbreaking. These boys have had words attached to them like frauds and cheaters, and they're the ones that have to deal with it every day. They're the ones dealing with backlash on social media, from other teams, in the hallway, and they're not cheaters, and they're not frauds, and they're not liars. And they shouldn't have those words attached to them, and neither should our coaches. So I am here just to tell you that this coaching staff is one of the best things I've seen in this community. And we are lucky to have them, and they are not to be disrespected that way. Thank you.
Thank you, parents. The next Board of Education meeting will be held on November 12th at 6:30. I'd like to entertain a motion to enter closed session of the Board of Education at 9:12, just to be sure, and with the intent to reopen open session at approximately, I don't know, we're going to just say 10 o'clock. For the purpose of discussion of items covered under Section 81H, materials exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute. Under 81H, 2/3 roll call vote is required. So roll call vote, please. We'll just go down the list. Sorry, Tim Austin.
Yes.
Yes.
Do we need to do a motion first?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That's the.
So
let's follow
moved,
the order.
Stebbin.
Moved, Stebbin.
Miller.
Support, Gerby.
Quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going into closed session for the two, are we going to come back out of closed session for the first one?
Briefly, and then re-enter
Okay.
closed session for the second one.
So the
please.
10 o'clock is for the second one, or?
It's for the whole thing.
Okay,
I'm just
thank
putting
you.
down 10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking that question. It's a little tricky to organize. Starting with Mr. Austin. Trustee Austin?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Trustee Eastep?
Yes.
Treasurer Gerby? Yes. Trustee Gold? McVeigh says yes. Vice President Miller? Secretary Miller.
yes.
Vice President Stebbin?
Yay.
All good. Thank you very much. We will move in. Those of you who are in the, I wonder if we should do the second recommendation now. Let's do them together. I'd also like to entertain a motion to enter a second closed session, as soon as the last one ends. We'll put the times in later, with the intent to reopen at around 10 o'clock for the purpose of discussion of items covered under Section 8(1)A. We're still talking. Okay, to hear complaints or charges brought against, or to consider suspension or disciplining of, or consider a periodic personnel evaluation of a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent. If the named person requests a closed hearing under Section 8(1)A, a simple majority vote is required. Do we have a motion?
Miller?
Miller, JM, and
Support, Eastep.
Eastep. If all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Thank you very much. We'll convene in about, Heather.
I just have a question. I was watching it at home on TV.
Give me 1 second. We'll just adjourn and chat with you.
Okay.
Right, so thank you very much. All in favor say aye. We've done that, and now we're in closed session. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer your questions, sir, as we're walking.
Test.
No, sorry, it's me. All right, thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion to authorize the Board of Education President to facilitate continued MHSAA appeal procedures, to engage legal counsel to review all facets of possible appealable issues, and to further review district eligibility and enrollment processes. Do I have a motion? Is that Brad Gerby?
Yeah, I'll support Stebbin.
Is there any discussion at this point? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There we go, 7-0. Thank you so much. Without objection, I'd like to adjourn this meeting at 1:19. Thank you. I hear no objection, right? Thanks, Steve.